Let me cut out the section about the get to know me so I can share that with everyone that's not able to be on. But thank you for taking the time, especially this close to the holiday, to be able to join Leo and I tonight. I do want to give him some time here to start us off. We've had a really busy, more than Leo probably wants to admit, 2 busy weeks for him. And I have technically officially been on PTO starting last week. So thank you, Leo, for doing so much for our team in the last week and a half, especially. But I do want to give you some time to update all of our leads on what's been happening since our last 2 Friday updates, with all of the activity at the State House. So I'll kick it over to you to get us started and for everyone to ask some questions if you have any.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Good to be with all of you tonight. So I figure best way to do this is to go from least complicated to most complicated in terms of issues. So least complicated, I would say, was House Bill 135, the copay accumulator bill. So you can see Julie's reaction. It did not get done. Obviously you saw late November, we had multiple attempts. We testified. We had calls and emails going to the chair's office. When we actually even paid for patch through calls so that each Republican member of the health committee plus another Republican member who's not on the committee were each getting 20 calls a day to their office from Ohioans saying, hey, you need to pass this bill. So we did that for, I think, 7 or 8 days. And then we found out it wasn't going to be added back to the committee's agenda. So we pivoted to kind of an inside game with the sponsor of the bill, Susan Manchester, who's a House Republican, and then Scott Lips, who's the Republican chair of the House Health Committee. They both wanted to get this bill done too. And they made some pretty desperate attempts to try to get it done. I got a message from them and from our contracts lobbyist saying that the idea box was open and that if I could find a bill for them to put it into, that they would try. So they were desperately looking for any kind of bill that they could attach this to. So typically you have to be germane to the bill, meaning you have to be somewhat within the realm of the topic. So we were basically looking for any bill that opened up the health code, and we just could not find one that was a Senate bill that the House had yet to pass. Most of the health bills were already passed by the House and sitting in the Senate, which wouldn't help us. So there was a couple Hail Mary attempts too, to put it in a bill that wasn't germane, and that did not fly with the Speaker's office. Makes sense since he's a former Ohio Supreme Court justice that he wouldn't like that. And so essentially all attempts failed and we couldn't get it done. So the coalition behind this bill is very eager to get started again next year, and we'll see what we can do. Obviously, we want to take some time to think about tactics and methods that need to be revisited within the coalition. Who else can be brought in that maybe could be a helping hand? Because it's really just us fighting against the Health Plan Association and the business groups at this point. So that's kind of where we are with that one. Any questions?
I have a question, Leo. I think I've been told that a lot of the reason that it was held up was big insurance made false claims about premium increases. Is that factual? And can we put some ammo in our arsenal through the other states which have already passed this legislation so that we can dispel that? Can we fight big insurance on that claim?
So that's the claim they make for everything, right? That they don't like. That's the go-to line. It's going to cause premiums to go up, and the hard, sad reality is premiums will go up no matter what they do at the State House, right? If the State House does absolutely nothing to affect insurance, premiums still go up. So why can't we get something out of it, right? Essentially is what I've been telling members. And they never respond to that because they know that they're wrong. They know that they're just using talking points from the Health Plan Association when they say premiums will go up. Um, so, this bill has passed in 15 states and Puerto Rico. And in those states, we have not seen an actuarial report that says premiums went up because they are requiring insurance companies to recognize the full value of copay discounts. So, burden of proof is on them. I mean, we can keep, trying to poke holes in this argument. At the end of the day, most of these legislators listen to the Health Plan Association and to the business groups than they do to us. So, we just have to kind of keep trying and keep getting more voices to say that. Um, the other thing that was a big factor here was egos. So Steve Huffman, the chair of the Senate Health Committee, um, was not happy that Susan Manchester went over his head and went to his cousin, who is the president of the Senate, to say, "Hey, will you prioritize this bill?" Senate president said yes, and then told his cousin to get it done, and he said no. So I assume Susan will be the one who carries this bill again. Um, I'd like to see her get a dual sponsor on the bill that is friends with Steve Huffman to hopefully smooth that over. Or I think she needs to kind of do what we all hate doing and go across the street and kiss the ring of the health chair and just accept it for what it is. So that's all I know on that one for now.
Thank you.
Any other questions on 135? Okay. So next, more complicated one. So House Bill 608, our biomarker bill. So good news here, right, is that it got much further than we thought it was going to get, since we introduced it in late March. You'll recall they had a very long summer break. So it's not like we had a lot of time to do much on this bill, and we got far. So we had the committee voted out with only one no vote. And then I really didn't think it was going to go to the floor for a vote. I thought it was just going to, what we call, die under the black line, which is kind of, there's a literal black line on the calendar for the House and the Senate. If your bill is below the black line, it's kind of like a graveyard for bills. You can call them up at any time, resurrect them, and then pass them. But typically they just sit there till the end of session, and then session ends, they die, you have to reintroduce them. So that's what I thought would happen to this. And then late Monday, last Monday, I got a call that said, "Hey, I got a letter from NFIB that's been sent around to the House members saying not to vote on House Bill 608, and that they're encouraging a no vote because it will cause premiums to go up." Um, and I said, "Well, why are they sending this letter? Like, that's silly." So I text Rep White and I was like, "Why do they send this letter?" And she's like, "I just got the call. We're gonna have a floor vote on 608." Oh, okay, great. Wasn't expecting that, right? So great news. Typically, you don't put something on the floor unless the speaker has confirmed with the whip that they have the votes to pass it. So I was really excited. I got our letter together, our sign-on letter with over 40 groups that are supporting us, kind of got it redrafted to focus on a floor vote, got that sent out first thing Tuesday morning, contacted the coalition, got everyone lined up, and it came time for session, and they informally passed 608. So that's a procedural move that basically says we're not going to have an up or down vote on this. We're not going to send it back under the black line. We're going to just leave it on the calendar, leave it on the agenda. Sorry, so agenda and calendar are the same thing. Just FYI, in case you hear me flip between the two words. We're going to leave it on the agenda and see what happens. So that means that the next day, so on Wednesday, that there would be an opportunity to vote on 608. If anyone was following, Wednesday was the last day of session that they were all going to be in town for. and it started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and didn't end till 5 in the morning on Thursday. So they had a marathon session. As far as I know, it's the longest session that they've had in recent history, in terms of hours. They recessed, had a Christmas party, had dinner and drinks, had meetings, made deals on bills to pass and not pass, and 135 wasn't one of those deals, like I said earlier. 608 was also not one of those deals. So they
should have
just
had more
left
to
it.
drink.
Right. Right. I will say I was not invited to any of these Christmas parties. And I was watching from home until 2 in the morning, when not only did I see that this was not going to pass, but I then also got the notice that 135 was dead. And I was like, well, then I'm going to bed. Um, so yeah, so that's what happened. It just didn't receive a chance for an up or down vote. So I'm going to try to meet with Rep White. I was hoping to meet with her this week. I don't think that that's likely. She expressed to me that she was pretty exhausted with everything. I'll try to meet with her early in January and have a strategy meeting about reintroducing it. She did send me a text saying that she really loves working with us, that she thinks we're doing a great job and supporting this bill and doing all the right things, that now we're just going to have to get into this fight with the health plans and the business groups, which we always knew was going to happen. The biggest wild card for us right now on getting the biomarker bill moving next year is who is going to be the chair of the House Health Committee. All I know is that it will not be Scott Lips. That's all I've been told. I have not been told who it's going to be. I've heard that there's a short list, but no one will tell me the names. And I think no one will tell me because they're not sure of the names. I think it's pretty hush hush at this point. Um, so I'm not really gonna, opine on who might be chair, just because I feel like that's pointless. There's nothing we can do between now and when they officially announce it anyways. I'm hoping that they will announce committee chairs the first week of January, but there's no like hard rule of when they have to do that, other than they have to do it before committees start. Any questions on 608? Okay.
Oh, wait, I have a question. Why
Yeah.
not Scott Lips? Is he term limited or something?
No.
Just not Scott Lips, okay?
Yep. My only assumption is that he did not vote for Derek Marin to be the next speaker. So typically, if you vote for the next speaker, the person who gets picked, then you get to keep your committee chair that you've been in charge of. And if you didn't vote for that person, then you say goodbye to being committee chair. Typically is what happens.
That's harsh.
That makes sense, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, so before I go into the last issue, you guys will probably, especially like I know Pam, you get the Capitol alerts and things like that. If you're paying attention to the media, you'll probably see some stuff about the new speaker getting things going. I mean, I'm gonna watch that stuff too, but it's honestly like all inside baseball stuff. It's nothing that we need to react to. Um, it's just good to kind of know where it is, and you know, during our call in January, I will give everyone an update of what's going on. The only kind of wild card here is that Derek Marin did not get over 50 votes within the caucus, so they had a vote for him behind closed doors. That's how you have the first speaker's vote, for the caucus to line up your support, and he didn't get 50 votes. And he needs at least 50 votes to become speaker. So the Democrats now have some power. This did not go their way last time when they had some power and they elected the wrong Republican to be speaker, and it came back to bite them. So I don't know what they're going to do. Historically, they say, it's your leader, you all figure it out. you bring it to the floor, and we'll just be nice and do a ceremonial vote for whoever you pick. So again, they didn't do that 2 speakers ago. And it created a big issue. One of the reps, so there were 3 reps who wanted to be speaker. The one who was in second place gave up his support to Derek Marin and is on the leadership team. So that was Phil Plummer. So he's on the leadership team with Derek. And the other one is, I forget his first name. One of the 2 Stevens. There's 2 Rep Stevens. I forget that first name. But he apparently is talking to Democrats about voting for him. And so he could potentially challenge Derek Marin on the floor. So I don't know. That's all I know at this point. And it's all just rumors, right? That could be very different once we get to January, once we get to the first opening session and they do the vote. So that's all we really know at this point. But
None of those guys seemed overly friendly towards what our issues are. So
No.
Is there a favorite that we would have out of that group?
No, the favorite was Phil Plummer, and he's out. So yeah. Derek Marin's not going to be great for us. Stevens isn't going to be great for us either. Okay, so last Monday, really great news out of Columbus. Columbus City Council unanimously passed a tobacco flavor ban. So Toledo was the first city to do this. Theirs was not great. They had a lot of exceptions in their ordinance that we did not like and that other groups like us did not like. This is pretty darn close to the language we like to see. The one exception they added was for hookah bars, hookah lounges. We would prefer that they not do that. They argued that it was for cultural reasons. We pushed back and said no. Like if you walk into a hookah bar in Columbus, it's OSU students. It's not really a cultural thing. But at the end of the day, we kind of lost that argument, and it's fine. It's not the end of the world. I think there's 10 hookah lounges in Columbus, so it's not like a huge number. We did convince them to tighten their exemption language so that hookah lounges currently in existence had to remain hookah lounges. They couldn't just start selling other tobacco products. And they had to sell hookah for on-site consumption. So you can't buy the hookah there and then take it home like you would like a vape shop, essentially. So small victory within that exception, but great victory overall, right? Them getting this ordinance done by the end of the year. In addition to that, this is the first time we've seen this, as far as I know. I was asking other partners from Tobacco Free Kids and other groups. We think this is the first time we've seen a city not only pass this type of ordinance, but then also announce that they have created a public-private partnership and are going to be spending $1 million on tobacco cessation programs moving forward. So they connected with the Columbus partnership and got some business groups to put together some money along with some of the city funding to put this $1 million together. So that's really exciting to see that. So that was Monday night. Friday, before this all happened, right? Going into the vote at City Council, we heard rumors at the State House that there was going to be an attempt to preempt what Columbus was going to do. And so the ordinance passed. So that was Friday. I scrambled all weekend. Everyone else from the coalition scrambled, gathered intel, started yelling at people who were saying stupid things, kind of got our group together and figured things out. And then again, Monday night this past Tuesday, they had a hearing. It was a Ways and Means Committee, so not a committee we're typically in. And they had a bill that essentially dealt with bad debts for tobacco wholesalers, so people who distribute tobacco in Ohio, and like store it in warehouses until it's ready to go to market. It's a bill we didn't care about. No one cared about it. Quite frankly, it was pretty insignificant. But they chose that bill to put this preemption amendment into. So I was at the State House all day, literally just walking up and down the hallways, trying to gather intel, cornering legislators to say, what the hell are you doing? You know, this is wrong. Um, and also trying to get the language itself, because no one would share the language. So I finally got a hold of the amendment language and sent it out to everyone. I think at like 3 in the afternoon. Committee was supposed to be at 10 a.m., I think. And they came and they recessed immediately because they were waiting on these amendments to come in. So the amendment came in, and basically it was much worse than we thought. So it doesn't just preempt Columbus. And I know we've talked about preemption before, but just in case you don't remember, basically it means that the state overrules local government and says, no, you can't do this, and we're going to take that power away from you. So this amendment not only would take away what Columbus literally had just passed the night before, but it would not allow any other city to do the same thing in the future. And it added licensing. So I think you've heard before the term tobacco retail license. So when the state passed Tobacco 21, created a state law saying you cannot sell tobacco products to anyone under the age of 21, they did not create an enforcement mechanism. They said, that's the law. Local people, local government, you figure out how to enforce it. And so what was created was called a TRL, tobacco retail license. And if you have a TRL in your city or in your municipality, you can then send someone into any convenience store, anyone who sells tobacco, and see if they're selling to underages. So basically, they pay college students who are 20 to go in and make a purchase. And if they make a purchase, they walk out of the store, they tell the compliance officer, they just sold this to me. The compliance officer goes in the store and says, hey, you just sold to an underage person. We'll be following up with a letter and a fee. And if you do it so many more times, I forget what it differs throughout the different cities, but let's say you do it 3 times, you can then have your tobacco retail license revoked, and then you can't sell tobacco products, right? So they're taking that away. So now basically we have a law that says you can't sell to anyone under age of 21, but no one enforces that law now. The other thing that they included was taxes. We're still waiting on a legal analysis of this, if it's retroactive or not. But what we do know is that you cannot have any new taxes for tobacco products. That is only something that can now be done at the state level. Existing tax, like in Cleveland, which goes to like arts and stuff and museums, we don't know. We're waiting for someone to kind of ask those questions and figure that out. So yeah, so not great, right? Pretty much rolled back 10 years worth of tobacco work that we've done in Ohio. The vote on this was party line. All Republicans in the Senate voted for it. Quite frankly, I think that's embarrassing considering 2 of them are co-chairs of the Cancer Caucus. And I'm going to be having some words with them in January. So it passed in the Senate. The House had to then concur. So this was a House bill that came to the Senate. The amendment was added to the Senate. When a chamber passes a bill and makes changes to it, the other chamber that originated the bill has to accept those changes. Just think about like editing a Word document, right? Someone creates the draft, someone else edits it, it goes back to that person to accept those edits, right? That's essentially what they're doing. So our goal was to get the House to not have a concurrence vote, because we knew if they did, that it would pass. So this was one of the reasons I stayed up till 2 in the morning, was trying to figure out, are they going to have a vote or not? And then they did. And so the concurrence vote, of course, did not go our way. It was almost a party line vote. We did have 2 Republicans actually step up and vote against this in the Senate. It was Rep. Brinkman, who's super conservative but believes in local control. And so he voted against this. Unfortunately, he turned out, so we don't have his support next year. And then the other one was Rep. White. And to her credit, I did not lobby her on this. She kind of just did it on her own. I mean, she got our overall messages, but I didn't personally call her. She's the sponsor of our biomarker bill. And I think she was really just, looking out for us. She knew where we stood on it. Um, I'm sure she has local control issues with local control being taken away as well. But I really do think it was our just overall messaging on tobacco that probably influenced her. Um, so I was really happy to see her no vote on that, but of course disappointed that all the other Republicans voted for it. So that happened at like 1 something Thursday morning. So Thursday afternoon, we switched gears and started focusing on the governor for a veto. So that is what we're working on right now. If you have seen any of this stuff in the media about this preemption issue, the governor has not confirmed that he's going to sign or veto this bill. When he's asked about it, he tells reporters, look at my record. Look at what I did in Congress. And he introduced the bill in Congress to ban flavored tobacco. He has been really good at standing up to big tobacco. He used to serve on the board of the Truth Initiative. So you guys remember all those commercials about anti-smoking? He was on their national board for several years. So he does have a really good track record here. So we are really hoping that he will veto, and we think that he will. I know you guys have seen the action alert. If you haven't done it yet, please do it. Send a message to his office. I talked to the aide in his office. He is looking at all of them and keeping a tally of every message that comes in. To me, that says that the governor wants to say, I'm vetoing this because I got 1,000 messages of people in Ohio that don't want to see this happen, right? That's the reason that you have your A tally, right? So please take those actions, encourage your friends and family to do so too. We're also spending money on patch through calls. And we have 25 calls a day into the governor's office to tell him that we want a veto on this. All of our partners are doing it too. Lung, Heart, TFK, they've all got action alerts out. And there's a digital ad that TFK is also paying for that is targeted around the State House. So that way all of the governor's staff will get it on their phones. So that's how we're communicating our veto request. I sent an official letter saying that ACS CAN is requesting this veto and reminding him of his record. So here's where it gets super complicated. So sorry if I lose you in this explanation. When a bill passes, the governor can sign it or veto it within 10 days, 10 business days, which are Monday through Saturday. And the 10-day clock starts after he physically receives the bill in his office. So it cannot be like an electronic email. Someone has to physically walk the bill from the clerk's office in the House to the governor's office. We expect that will happen on Thursday or Friday of this week. In 2006, I might be getting my date wrong, but somewhere around there, there was a bill that passed at the end of the year, and the governor signed it or vetoed it on what he thought was the 10th day, his last day. Apparently, there's a rule that the 10-day clock can also start when the legislature sine dies. And so sine die is a Latin word for final adjournment. So when you sine die, that means you are done with your 2-year session. and you are waiting for the next session to start in the new year, right? We expect them to sine die Wednesday or Thursday of this year, of this week. So one of those two things will start that 10-day clock. I assume that the governor, if he is going to veto it, well, veto or sign it, but we think it'll be a veto, will happen shortly after Christmas. I doubt it will happen before. So we will keep up emails and calls to him until we receive confirmation that the veto is happening. This will leave Columbus intact. This will allow us to continue working with other municipalities that want to do TRLs, that want to do flavor bans. I'm 90, I'll say 95% sure that we will see a preemption bill in the new General Assembly. What'll be different this time is it will likely be either a standalone bill or a bill that just deals with tobacco in general, instead of being a bill that no one's paying attention to. It could be in the budget. I think that's unlikely because the governor can line item veto the budget, right? So he doesn't have to veto the budget. He could just veto the preemption issue in the budget. So I doubt that the state house will do that, right? They'll make it as hard on him as possible to veto a preemption bill in the next General Assembly. So that's where we are. What really hurts us is that the Columbus ordinance, though it passed on Monday, last Monday, it does not go into effect until January 1 of 2024. So, and that is typical for these types of ordinances, to give businesses the time to kind of figure out what they're going to do, especially if they're a business that sells other products other than tobacco. So, I think it's fair that they did a year-long implementation, but that gives us a year that the State House is going to say, we could get this done before they put this into effect in Columbus. So that's just one of the challenges we're going to have moving forward.
Hey,
Again,
Leo,
I know that was complicated, so, oh, Pam, go ahead.
are the other two coalitions jumping on this too? Tobacco coalitions? Cleveland, and were there two in
Oh,
Cleveland or a second
I
one in Columbus or something?
Yeah, I see what you're asking. So that's what we're going to try to do. So the Columbus Coalition is planning to become the statewide coalition. We had a meeting I'm on it. Actually, we're talking every day. We're checking in every day on what our intel is about when the bill is traveling across the street. We're having intel on who all participated in getting the preemption done, so we know who our targets are. Like, we're doing all of that on a daily basis. But in January, our plan is to officially go from a Columbus coalition to a statewide coalition and have all the groups join us on a call, I think the second week of January, to talk about how to move forward with this. Any other questions? Yeah.
Leo, is the message, if we make those calls to DeWine's office, to veto the flavors bill, or is there particular verbiage that you want us to use?
Yeah, I would say that you want the governor to veto the tobacco preemption bill.
And you
And
can
then,
say, we can say veto, vote to
yes,
veto. Okay.
yeah, ask for a veto. Yep. So yeah, we were very careful to not say veto or Governor DeWine until after they had passed the bill. The reason being that we were worried that they, at the State House, particularly Matt Huffman, would realize that we were going to go hard on a veto and remember the governor's record on going up against big tobacco, and would move the amendment into another bill that the governor did care about, and then would be forcing the hand of the governor to then sign the bill. So we kept our mouths shut. I mean, I've known about this for over a week, and we literally did not say anything until Thursday afternoon when everything was said and done, and the members left the State House and went home. We were just very worried about that. The other thing we were worried about is them coming back to session after Christmas to hold a veto override, which they did have enough votes in the Senate. They did not have enough votes in the House. So in the House, you need 60 votes to override. This bill, I think, got 50 or 51 yes votes. The caveat there, though, is 13 members were absent when they voted on this bill. So I don't know if they were asleep, drunk, went home. They weren't there. So if it went the way it did in the Senate, they would have over 60 Republican votes on the bill. So I think that going into next year, there is a veto override majority. If we are in the same place, I am hoping that we can expand our coalition enough, have more time to talk to members about this, because that's the other thing. A lot of members told us that they did not like this and that they were being forced to vote for it, including the chairman of the committee who offered the amendment. So every time I passed him in the hallway, he said, "I'm sorry." And there were definitely people in the room. I was there for the vote. They would not make eye contact with me because they knew that we were pissed off and that they were doing the wrong thing. So I think that there is an opportunity to pick off some of them. I think that they will pass a preemption bill. I'm hoping that it will take them a long time and that we give them a good fight. But the opportunity is picking off enough Republicans that they cannot override another veto. Any other questions?
I just have an odd question. What's that thing you kept talking about cash calls? That
Patch through calls?
patch through? Is that
Yep.
what you're saying? Okay.
What's your question?
I just wanted to know what the words were.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I kept
patch
coming
through.
up with cash calls. I'm thinking, what is that? Patch through calls. Okay.
And you know what they are, right?
Not really.
Okay, so basically we pay not a telemarketer, but essentially a telemarketer firm to call people in Ohio and say, on behalf of American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, I'm not asking you for money. I'm asking you to care about kids and about tobacco issues and explain what happened, and then ask them to call the governor to request a veto. And so we pay them to do that. And they get paid when they get 25 people, when they patch 25 people through to the governor's office, right? So if they have to make 500 calls and they get no's all the time until they get 25 yeses, that's what they do.
Okay.
And so that's kind of how we know those metrics.
All right. And so the people they call, the telemarketers or whatever, they're actually patching them through directly to the lawmakers, so we know that they have actually done it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not oh, I'll do it later. Nope. Can you do it right now or not? And they won't stop calling people until they get to 25 every day, except for the weekends.
Okay. Good to know.
Anything else?
I'm going to say you have an awfully interesting job.
I have an exhausting job.
I would think
After
so.
last week.
I would think so. I mean, I was beside myself when the vote didn't go our way.
Yeah.
I was emailing Leo. He's probably tired of hearing from me, but I just could not believe they voted the wrong way.
I can believe it, even though I'm sorely disappointed. I can't believe it. If you need me for anything, you better contact me by tomorrow, because I start PTO on Wednesday and I will not be looking at emails or my phone.
Deservedly, yes. Spend some time with your wife and little one. Yeah. But seriously, thank you so much, Leo. I know it has been a wild 2 weeks. And Friday's email that I sent, Julie, kind of to your point, talks about how this was tacked on to House Bill 513, please veto that hopefully gives you enough info if you want to, beyond just doing the action alert to DeWine. If you did want to make any calls or send any personal letters, Leo included that info for me in our state update to share with you all. So exactly what House bill it was tacked onto, and that it, passed with that preemption amendment, including in it. So our efforts to DeWine just have to be strong in the next couple of days, and we'll have an update by the end of the year, hopefully for all of you. Leo and I will, though, be on PTO, try to keep everyone in the loop on what happens next.
Well, I forwarded the action alert to my ACT members and a couple other people I know. And I think my next move is I'm going to also forward it to 2 volunteer leadership councils to see if we can get any movement there.
Great.
It was also shared on our Facebook page, so it is out in social. Anyone that might follow that, it's a way that you could share as well. Julie, someone that comes to mind is, I know Jenny Phillip gets our ambassador emails, so she would have saw, but in case they're not looking very closely at some of this, I think about, high school students where we have relationships like that. If every student took the action alert, how many numbers that could add as voices. So definitely keep thinking in that type of way. Like you said, Pam, sharing it as wide as we can over the next few days to request as many friends and family to take the action alert with us. Well, I know that was a lot of information, and we're gearing up to, in 15 minutes, being at our hour, but I would love to be able to informally and hopefully even more formally in the new year answer any questions that anyone might have for me, for some of the folks that don't know me as well as the Julie Turners of the world, who's known me since I started my career with ACS almost 10 years ago. Tom also is a very familiar face to me, not as long as Julie, but became one of my relay volunteers a couple years into my time with ACS. So you all know most about me personally, the two of you, but others don't. So I would love to be able to just answer any questions you might have. Again, very informal. Feel free to ask whatever it may be. But my hope is that in the new year, when Pam Neese comes in as our new SLA and Vince, our co-SLA, that we'll start by doing our touch bases and then discuss with the broader group, having our ACT lead calls, and even further, just all ambassadors invited to calls. So we'll definitely hit the ground running strong after the new year, but would love to answer any questions you might have for me. Start us off, Julie, my dear friend.
I think I know this question, but I think it's important for the rest of the folks to hear this as well. When we as advocates started branching off and there was a request of ACS staff to get involved and to assist and be a teammate for the advocates, there was some pushback from ACS staff because, let's face it, their plates were full. And for you embraced Tom and I and our questions and our wants and our needs as advocates immediately. Can you tell the rest of the group why you felt that was so important?
Sure. Yeah, that's a really great question.
Oh,
And
thank you.
a very direct one that I'm happy to answer. For those that don't know, and again, I know Julie and Tom might know this, but I initially got involved with the American Cancer Society because I'm a cancer survivor myself. So when I was 17, I was a junior in high school. I was diagnosed, the first in my family, with cancer, and it's acute myeloid leukemia. I think we might share that in common if I read your story correctly. But
we do that.
Yeah.
Like in my
Yeah, I was a junior in high school, 17, and it rocked our world. I mean, again, I was the first in my family, completely healthy, normal teenager, very unexpected, but I received very aggressive chemotherapy treatment, and I'm very fortunate, in all honesty, that my 6-month treatment went as well as it possibly could. I was able to start my senior year of high school. I graduated on time, and I was able to go to college on time. And I feel like everything just aligned for me, that I knew when I graduated college that I wanted to work for ACS. They were so wonderful to my family and I, and the staff supported me in so many ways, where I learned all of these things about what the society does, what ACS CAN does. I mean, they just engulfed me in all of the things as a young teen, and I felt like this was what I was meant to do and that I could really make an impact. And so it just wasn't even a question for me, Julie. You know, when we talk about allocating our time and all the things that we have to do as development staff, our mission work just went hand in hand for me, because that's what we raised the funds to do. You know, the reason I have had a job in that role in development was to be able to fund all of our mission work, to fund ACS CAN, or what was my work for? You know, that's what we were quite literally supposed to be doing. And so I always tried to make it a priority to get to know all of my coworkers on a really personal level, because I do believe that we are very strong as staff in Ohio and West Virginia in supporting each other. And if I attended other events for my coworkers, I noticed that they were immediately more willing to be able to attend my events. You know, it was kind of a give and take, and we support each other. We all have to work together. But I loved working with Lauren and Andrea for many, many years when they were in the role, and just got to know them and they got to know me. So one, obviously my survivorship has a lot to do with it, my connection to this job and my role, but also just knowing it's critical. We ACS quite literally funds all of the work that we do with ACS CAN. And so even more so now, I get that coming from a development role, coming into an ACS CAN role. We have to all work together, or we're never going to tackle the broader fight of cancer as a whole. So my hope is that, because I have always supported ACS CAN prior to now being ACS CAN staff, I know all of my peers in Ohio, West Virginia. I know who to call when I need them. There's no denying that they know me now for almost 10 years. So hopefully it will be easier for us as a group to partner with all of our ACS folks, because they know me and I know them, and we have trusted relationships over the years. There's not that barrier of me being new staff. So that's my hope.
Thank you.
Yeah. What other questions? Personal, professional, nothing off limits.
So how long do we need to take it easy on you, Sarah?
If you were asking Lauren that question, she'd say a year. So try to give me a year. But me personally, I want to learn as quickly as I can. I'll always be really honest when I don't know something. I do think it'll be slightly easier. Again, that I'm not brand new staff. There isn't as much of a learning curve for me when it comes to what is Cancer Action Day. Well, I've attended every one since I've been staff. So I've been sitting alongside all of you, going to my meetings as a survivor and as ACS staff. So those are things I won't have to learn necessarily, right? So I'd like to think I can jump in a lot quicker, but there are still definitely things, admittedly, that I don't know. Like that ACS CAN uses a whole different email system than we used as ACS staff. I didn't even know that was a thing until really coming in. I just assumed we all used Blackbaud. Like, nope, that's not the case. I'll have to learn. Every action is what our email system is called, so I've got to learn that from scratch. Definitely some of the terminology and acronyms and shortening of things, I have to get caught up on some of that. Leo knows. I'll just openly ask, what does that mean? What does that stand for? Because I'm not as engulfed in some of that policy lingo, but I'm definitely going to learn as quick as I can. So truly, I would say when I was hired with ACS too, they said, give it a whole year before you nod and say, like, okay, I think I know what I'm doing. but it's definitely going to be at some time. But I'd hope that you'll notice I don't have to be caught up on as much since I've been around for so many years and participated alongside you for so many years.
Well, any questions you ask will probably help out a great much of our people too.
Sure.
Yeah, that we would have the very same questions you might have. So please
Absolutely.
speak up whenever.
Yeah, one thing I like to say, Julie knows this about me, Tom probably too. I'm a pretty outspoken person. I won't just nod if I don't know. I mean, I will definitely ask questions. I think communication, if I had to say, pillars of things I like to say that I'm pretty strong at as staff is communication and trying to make things as simple and organized as possible. So I will definitely communicate if I'm feeling like I don't know something, and I would hope you all please feel comfortable to do the same with me if you ever have questions or want to talk and have me expand on things. And if I don't know, I will absolutely go to Leo and Lauren and others to make sure I get your question answered for you.
Hey, my question was like really easy. Like, do you have any pets?
Yeah, I do. I love that. We have 3 rescue dogs.
Oh, nice.
So we've got a house full over here. We rescued all 3 of our pups within about a year of each other, kind of in line. They're all grown dogs. They weren't puppies when we got them. They were actually, ironically, all 4 when we adopted each of them. But we adopted our 3rd in February of 2020, and we got pregnant in March of 2020 when the whole world shut down. And we thought, oh my gosh, what have we done? Like, we just rescued a 3rd dog and just found out we're pregnant. We are literally going to have a zoo. So we do. We have a house full. We've got 3 pups and a now 2-year-old little boy. So
Oh,
it is
nice.
always fun and busy over here.
And what's your son's name?
My son is Willie Morris the fifth. So my
Oh,
husband is Willie the fourth. And
wow.
when we were dating many years ago, Willie three, my father-in-law, quite literally like our second or third date was like, if you're really interested in my son, like it's really important to our family, firstborn son, if you were to have a son, that he be named Willie Morris the fifth. So I kind of knew what I was getting into, but there was no question when we were thinking about names or planning family. Um, it was outlined for me that, yeah, we would have a Willie 5. And sure enough, our first kiddo was a little boy, and we were able to have Willie
That's easy.
5. Yeah, so we call him V for sure. If you ever hear or see like Willie V, yeah,
Ah,
Willie 5, Willie the fifth. So he's our little butterball. He's a chunky thing. Um, he was 10 pounds, 3 ounces when he was born,
wow.
which
Wow.
shocked us all. He was a big boy, still is a big boy, a lot of personality. He's a lot of fun. Yeah, he's a cutie.
Sarah, share with everyone how Willie 4 proposed to you.
Yeah, so Julie, funny enough, I forget about this a lot, Julie. You got to see my engagement, which I totally just thought of when you asked that question. We are very outspoken, outgoing people. Will and I love to be out and about, going downtown. We live in downtown Dayton, so we do love to be in the city, go to breweries, all the local fun festivals. And that also includes Dayton Dragons games. We do love to go to Dayton Dragons games and loved that, we had this little single A baseball team in our small town here. So we would go to a lot of Dragons games and still do. We take little Willie to a lot of Dragons games, but it was our Cancer Dragons game. We ACS partner with the Dragons, like we do a lot of Ohio sports teams, to do cancer give back nights. And so my, now husband planned very well that the day we were having our Cancer Dragons game, Julie Turner and I were set up with our spiel of stuff under a tent for passing out sunscreen. I think we had, Julie. We had ACS can stuff, of course, ACS stuff. But he set up with the Dragons that we were selected to play one of the games, all obviously pre-planned, but not known to me. And so we had to play a game called Do You Know It, where one person hums a song and the other person has to guess the song. And my husband's a musician. His dad's also really into music. My husband was the lead singer of a funk band for many years, so he's a singer and plays trumpet and really, really musical. So, of course, there was no question he would be the one humming and I would have to guess. And I really tried to get us out of playing this game because we were very competitive and I did not want to get any of these wrong. So I was in the zone and just very, very focused on, oh my gosh, do not mess up and get all of these questions correct or all of these songs. So I had zero clue what was coming, but the last song he hummed was Here Comes the Bride, and the whole thing happened all over the middle of thousands of people on the big cam and, games stopped. So it was a big to do. So Julie was in the stands and a lot of other people that I didn't realize were obviously there for the cancer game and some of our friends and family. But it was really fun. Yeah, a lot of people got to see us get engaged at a Dragons game.
Very cool.
Yeah, there's a video. I'll have to dig back and find that. I think, yeah, my husband now does marketing. Um, Still does a lot of his own music on the side and things, but his day job is in marketing, digital media, video editing, things like that. So I think he did make he was recording the whole thing, had people kind of staged all over, and he did end up kind of putting a video together and put it on YouTube. So I'll dig back and find that. But good question, Julie. I forgot you were there.
So did you cry?
I didn't. No, I think I was in shock and I was so focused on one thing you'll learn about me, yeah, is I'm really just competitive and we like to do things like that. So I think I was so in the zone that I just didn't want to get any of these songs wrong. I think I did later after the fact, but even when I had my son, if you were to ask me, like, did you cry I didn't even cry when I had my son. I was so focused that it wasn't till after everything kind of the come down, that reality sank in. And then I think I got emotional. But in the moment, I'm not a very emotional person. It's kind of after the fact. All good questions. Give me a couple others.
Well, I'm going back to, so you're off the rest of the year, correct?
Yes.
And at some point you're going to DC in January for some training, or is that local?
Yeah, no, good question. I am going to be attending a training, let's see, the 18th, 19th of January. I'll be in DC for DAO, Direct Action Organizing. There's one of your acronyms. So I will get to go to DC, yeah, for a couple days for that DAO training. And in fact, I've heard that our friend Andrea Britcher will actually be one of the trainers. So I'm excited for that because she is a good friend of mine. Over the years, we've gotten close. She dragged me into this kind of. We both did. I guess we both equally dragged ourselves into. We'll be running in Disney in February together. So Andrea and I are running on behalf of ACS, fundraising for Disney Princess Marathon. Anyone that might know Andrea from the years, she sadly just, lost her mom to cancer. And so I think she really wanted to do something in her mom's memory. And my cancer anniversary is actually in February. So it'll be 15 years since I was diagnosed this coming February. And so the timing when we realized that this run was mid-February, I said, look, I think I'm going to do it. Do you want to run with me, Andrea? So we both are actually going to be running Disney in February as well. So I'll get to see Andrea quite a bit in the um, late winter, early spring. But yeah, I'll be doing training and kind of hitting the ground pretty strong in January. I have quite a few other trainings on the book, Pam, all digital kind of trainings with Hillary Clark, if that's a name some of you know from behind the scenes ACS CAN staff. So I'll have a couple calls with Hillary that I have to join for some inside training to ACS CAN, but then we'll have that big in-person training in DC mid-January.
I have one last quick one, Sarah.
Yeah.
Most of us on the call have worked with other GRMs. We had a GRM a while ago that was the kind of person that understood gray. And when we asked a question that really wasn't allowed, that person knew if you just turned and looked the other way and said, I don't know anything about this. And then there was also a person that was very rigid, black and white. These are the rules. We're going to stick with them. Would you classify yourself as the gray, I'm going to look the other way, or I'm a rule follower? I'm not talking about anyone you would know, Cindy.
I could guess who is
Well, I agree with
who.
that.
Yeah. I could guess who you're describing. I think I'm a
Probably.
mix. I don't know. That's a hard one. I would like to say I have pushed limits, and that's what's gotten me further in my career to be able to ask questions or push back to some standards maybe that were set by ACS or ACS can. We're told to think innovatively, to really expand upon ideas, and that, there's not a bad idea. We just have to ask. I know there are different things about ACS can legally we have to always follow, right? Versus ACS. They are technically two separate entities for reasons. So I will always tell you if it's a direct yay or nay, but when we're brainstorming or thinking of ideas or processes, if you will, hopefully from my experience in fundraising, for example, that's obviously what I know the most coming from a development role. And so I'd hope that I can offer some insight or new creative ways of thinking about how we approach fundraising when it comes to ACS Can, because I do have a large background in fundraising. Staffing $1 million, our biggest fundraising event in Ohio, has its pressures and things I've gotten to learn from, being that lead staff. So I'd hope that I can offer a lot of new ideas for us to think outside of the box and to say there is a gray space when it comes to learning. There's going to be a lot of learning opportunity that hopefully I can help with. And I'll never say yay or nay or, yeah, I think we have to think creatively and continue to learn and grow together. I also know that it's hard to have change. So I appreciate all of you. I know staff turnover is tough. Um, I've taken on events that have, overcome a lot of staff turnover, like every year having a new staff. Tom knows from the relay days. There have been some communities for us, sadly, in development where it felt like every year, events were getting a new staff partner. And I know that's tough. I'm the exception to the rule. I like to say when it comes to saying like someone has been with ACS 10 years for fundraising events. That doesn't happen often. I've seen a lot of my peers, yeah, come and go or change roles very quickly. So it for me just comes back to I feel like I was meant to do this. And if you could ask me, would you want to be in the long haul with ACS? Absolutely. That's something I feel like I'm just meant to do. And taking new opportunities like this and expanding my career with the society is what I'm really excited to be able to do. And I'd love to be here till we don't have a reason to be fighting cancer, right? Till I'm put out of a job. Um, so black and white, but gray too. Yeah, both. I just am looking forward to being able to work with all of you, and we are very fortunate in Ohio. I've known this before even coming into the role, to have such strong, passionate, and involved advocates like all of you. I know not every state has that. And so first and foremost, just thank you, because I feel very lucky that I get to work with all of you, and we do have such a diverse and strong group of volunteer advocates. Accomplishing number 2 in the country for most raised Lights of Hope. I know how many years we're like, we've been number 3. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get to 2 and number 1. My goal would be let's take number 1 and we'll get there. So we're very fortunate and we have a lot to be excited and proud of. in the state of Ohio, and I hope that I can just be a part of us continuing to grow and expanding on that and doing even bigger and better things. I can't wait to finally see Lights of Hope in person. Honestly, the amount of times I've, partnered with Julie, Tom, and others to buy bags and have my name represented there, but to actually get to see it is going to be pretty phenomenal. I'm excited to get to see my bag in person. Julie, you do a great job of sending us photos, but I would say that's something I'm really excited to get to be a part of with all of you come September.
Okay, I have one last question maybe.
Yeah.
We have two big changes coming up in 2023. One is we will not have the Ambassador Action Center anymore. We'll have a different type of reporting. The other is that we won't have the can raiser anymore. We will have donor drive that we're working on for our Lights of Hope. Do we just kind of cool our jets until we start to hear stuff from you or from National about these things?
Yeah, so great segue into what our first meeting will be for January. And, with Pam being SLA, we did just have a call last week, and it was shared that remind me what it was called, where you report, because now I'm being trained on the new reporting, but your center, where you went.
Ambassador Action Center.
Yes, that is going away. And there are a lot of things for me to be able to share and more to come in January. You can still use it. They are essentially both active right now. So some other states have been really utilizing the new reporting tool during our lame duck session. We have not actively really pushed for you all to have to jump in and use it because they have been testing it with some direct states. So you can use both through these last couple of weeks. But come January, it will just be the new reporting tool. I'm obviously biased because it's the only one I know actively, right? In my 2 weeks of knowing something, the new form is not password driven. It is pretty cut and dry, pretty simple to the point. So I think we'll all just have to work through talking what you like about that, what you don't, what we would maybe want to expand on from the old way that we'd like to still keep perhaps for Ohio. For example, I've heard things about like a point system was a part of the old reporting. You were given points for taking certain actions. Well, with that going away in this new form, that point system is also going away with it. But if we like that idea in Ohio, or we feel that having a sense of that structure and really trying to get all of our ambassadors to use the report back, which I do think is a good and positive thing we should be doing, we could decide internally for Ohio to come up with our own point system, our own way of recognizing each other for doing our reporting in Ohio. So that will be first on the agenda for sure in January, working with Vince and Pam Neese and all of you to come up with what we want to do in Ohio with expanding upon this new reporting system. But it is very simple. And again, just from my non-biased coming in new perspective, it seems pretty just to the point and a very basic tool that will be less cumbersome for all of you to hopefully feel like it's easier to report. And then we'll just add upon that whatever we'd like in Ohio. So new system. I am slightly familiar with Donor Drive. We didn't have to use it as often in my 2 events that I staffed, but I'm somewhat familiar from other coworkers using it. So our distinguished event staff, who do like our golf and galas, have been using Donor Drive for many, many, many years with ACS. So I have peers that I can lean on that are very comfortable with Donor Drive to get caught up and to hopefully be able to assist all of you. But I have always heard very positive things from our distinguished event staff on Donor Drive itself as a system. So hopefully we find that to be the case for us, and it'll just help us make Lights of Hope even easier and more successful for us. But yes, we'll learn Donor Drive together. but I do feel pretty confident in being able to lean on some other ACS staff who are really in the know about how to use Donor Drive. My peer at Pan Ohio came from Distinguished Events. She staffed our golf events prior to coming over to Pan Ohio, so I could go to Olivia, I feel like, with a lot of questions. And so hopefully we'll catch up pretty quickly, knowing that I've got some peers I can lean on. So more to come on the new tool. Don't fret just too much yet. I'll learn it with you. But yes, a new reporting tool, and a new fundraising tool with Donor Drive. But for now, just ending the year strong with all of Leo's efforts, with trying to get as many people to fill out the DeWine Action Alert. Hopefully, we'll be able to share something with you after the holiday on a veto. And we'll work on kind of a thank you if that does get vetoed. So we'll have some action steps to take pretty much right at the new year. All good questions. Any final last question from anybody that we haven't heard from yet?
Sarah, it's Pam Neese.
Hi, Pam.
When will you be back in the office?
Good question. So we all have Monday the 2nd off as the observed holiday. So all staff will be back, most staff, unless they're extending PTO even further, on the 3rd. And I will be back in office on the 3rd. So Tuesday the 3rd is our first day back.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Enjoy your time off.
Thanks. We just celebrated little man's 2nd birthday. He turned 2 on the 14th. And so we've had a lot of fun the last week, but looking forward to Christmas. And I feel like each year we'll get more fun, as he's a little more aware of opening presents and what it is. I think 2 is still kind of a learning curve, kind of understands, but doesn't fully, but it'll be fun and exciting. And then we'll actually be heading to Milwaukee. My parents live in Milwaukee and my sister. So we generally are here in Dayton with Will and his local family for the holiday. And then on the 26th, we always get in the car and drive up to Milwaukee and spend a few days with my family. So looking forward to both. I hope you all have an amazing holiday. I know it's even colder there.
Yeah,
So we have to prepare.
Cooperate for you.
Yeah, we've got to prepare for
Yeah.
I feel fortunate in Dayton. We don't quite have like the northern, all of you Cleveland folks. I know it's been getting pretty chilly and yeah, I'm like, I like the southern Ohio. Yeah, Alik knows. Yeah, Cincinnati, Dayton's not as bad as what you all have to get in the northern part of the state, but gosh, going to Milwaukee is a whole nother ball game because that lake effect is real. It's just so cold with the wind, and being right there on Lake Michigan adds, yeah, a whole lot of other elements that we'll have to fight. But it's still a very cool city. We enjoy it. Just got to fight the cold in the winter. But happy holidays to all of you. Thanks for the time. I know we went slightly over, but I really appreciate all that you've done this year. And I'm really, really looking forward to getting to know all of you closer and more, and just continuing to fight alongside of you in this new role. And really appreciate you taking me in with open arms and, working with me as I learn over the next year. But thank you so much. And if you have questions for Leo and I, like he said, please jump in tomorrow if you have anything. He'll still be in office. But Lauren is also on PTO starting now, as am I. So if there are delays, through the end of the year, we are off and trying not to check our phones, but I know that we sometimes do peep in. So if it's important and urgent, please feel free, like you can still ask us questions, but know that we'll all kind of be out of office starting tomorrow. Thank you all.
Welcome, Sarah, and have safe travels. Everybody have safe travels. and a really nice
Yeah.
holiday.
Travels. I know we're supposed to get some pretty bad statewide storm like Thursday and Friday. That's when I'm supposed to be driving to Cleveland. So everybody watch out for that and be careful.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Everyone stay warm.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Safe travels and happy holidays, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy holidays. Thank you all. Good to virtually see you and look forward to seeing you in the new year.
Yeah. Welcome to the team. I know I said it,
Thanks.
but again.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Yes.
Hi.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Welcome,
Thank you.
Sarah.
Bye, guys.
See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.